Dear participants, dear friends, welcome to Samos, welcome to the HAICTA 2024 International Conference. It's a great pleasure and honor hosting you here in Samos, in Karlovy. The official opening of the conference will take place tomorrow. Today we have two sessions, and the coordinator of the first session will be Professor Tassos Michailidis from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. So Tassos, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear President, dear Professor Vlonjos. My name is Anastasios Michailidis. I'm a Professor of Agricultural Extension at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki at the Department of Agricultural Economics. I'm very happy to be here, and once again, thank you very much for inviting to act as chairman in this session. This session is about sustainable system and use of resources. Sustainability, it's about sustainable system, and generally it's about sustainability. Sustainability involves using resources in a way that meets our current needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And more specifically, it's about sustainable system, which are market-based tools designed to address the most pressing social and environmental challenges of our time. And of course, sustainable systems give power to the people to create impact. That's why it's a very important session. I can see 9 papers in these sessions, and some of them are very interesting, and all of them are very important. But we have less than 2 hours for 9 papers. So a very important rule is to complete each presentation in less than 10 minutes. I invite the first author, the first presenter, Mr. Panagiotis Petrakis. The presentation is oral. I can see 3 oral presentations and 6 using teleconference systems. So I'm inviting Mr. Petrakis for the first presentations.
This one. Thank you. I'm the third author of this paper. Mr. Stefanos Tsiaras is specialized in forest economics. Panagiotis Koulelis, the second author, is specialized in forest management. And I am Panos Petrakis. I'm biologist and entomologist. I'm specializing in suppressing and managing insect populations. We shall proceed to the second slide. I will talk to you about biological control, which means that we have to activate all the hidden forces of the ecosystem, either they be organisms or processes like nitrogen content or temperature or biodiversity. And in terms of organisms, we have to activate the natural enemy complex of a certain pest. It is considered that biological control or biocontrol is a cheaper and safer approach to managing insect populations. Insect in general, invertebrate populations. This is not very really true. Why? Why? Because we have to apply a multitude of technologies in order to suppress a single insect. For instance, to suppress the Glycaspis brimblecombei, the lerp psyllid of eucalypts, we have to find a local member, a local insect of natural enemies, and apply this in urban parks or eucalypt thickets. We shall proceed. This one. Actually, to manage an insect population, we have to know what the insect, what kind of organism we have to manage. Actually, to manage insects, we have to cope with an organism. Sorry. Αυτό δεν πατάς.
Μάλιστα, το πάνω-πάνω. Όχι τα πλένα. Τα πλένα είναι για να
Το πάνω-πάνω. Αυτό.
Μάλιστα, και το secret.
Actually, the Earth is considered a planet of insects. Insect is the most numerous in terms of species, biological species, organisms on Earth. With the most parsimonious estimation, we have 10 million species of insects. With a very optimistic estimation made by an ecological, we have 30 million minutes, and actually we have registered just 2 million species of insects. To make a comparison, all the plant species of the planet Earth is 300,000 species, which means that insect actually is if an external force, external mind, decided to study Earth, then the mind will find that Earth is actually an insect-dominated planet. These are actually the kind of insects you know. We know butterflies, beetles, some hoppers, moths, and very nice pollinators. The problem we have with all this stuff is that 40-100% of these are threatened with extinction. And it was published just in the last week that 56% of all extinct species are coming from islands, single islands. Let's go further. Actually, the problem with insects is that they are very powerful organisms. They are going against all odds. Like, they dominate the sea, the oceans, the tidal areas, the coasts, tidal pools. They are able to survive in all kinds of climates. Probably you do know that insects are important for oceans, but actually we have found egg deposits on dead seabirds and in spirulina shells. These are eggs, insect eggs found in oceans where spirulina shells exist. Another important thing about insects is that they can go very, very deep in the sea and in the water. They survive even in the slightest concentration of oxygen. The man goes approximately 135 meters. Five-seater whales go just 1,000 meters in depth. But Chironomid larvae go 1,300 meters deep. They can survive even in the slightest concentration of oxygen. Actually, 0.001 per thousand concentration of oxygen in the seawater. Another thing is that we say that human beings are the most clever taxon on this planet. This is not true. So you see that this very tiny larva of Danaus chrysipus, a butterfly in the East Mediterranean, cuts the central nerve of the leaf of a plant and impedes the processing of anti-insect defenses on this leaf, which means that it is free then to see every part of the leaf. This is a very clever strategy made, of course, by trial and error, but it is very difficult to find what the profit for this larva would be. We have 9,000 of existence and science on this planet as human beings to find why this larva cuts the central nerve of the leaf. Another thing is that insects are very durable. You see, this is an origination diagram made by the upper curve of extinction of families of the species on the planet, and the down underneath curve is the curve depicting the number of insect families on this planet. You see that this very big extinction, the Permian extinction, occurred and destroyed about 75% of the animal of the biological species on the planet. But the insects are not yet found on the fossil record. The problem is that all the other extinctions, like this one and this one, the big one, the Permian extinction is this, has no any corresponding part on the curve for this for the insects, which means that insects survive the extinction while plants, dinosaurs, and especially vertebrates of the sea, Pterosaurus and Ichthyosaurus, cannot made it to survive from this extinction. The important thing is that some extinctions have a counterpart on the insect curve, but the last extinction, the Jurassic one, the KT, Cretaceous Tertiary Boundary extinction, had no any counterpart on the insect curve, which means that insects are very durable organisms, and they tried and they made it to survive even in the worst type of extinction.
Mr. Petrakis, could you please speed up?
Anyway.
We don't have enough time.
Oh, yeah,
It's
I
all
know.
the economic
I know, yeah.
benefits.
The problem with this biological the problem with biological pest control is that there are some advantages. They have very good explanation, but also some disadvantages. For instance, it is said that biocontrol improves public health. It is true, but the problem is that is very time intensive. We need some time to see the results of the improvement of public health, and had a very slow effect, which means that if we try to manage an insect population with a natural enemy, for instance, with the classical biological control, then we shall find the results some decades afterwards, because possibly we can find that some percentages of cancer and some chemically induced diseases of humans are reduced. The problem is that the war against biological treatments of pests is impeded also by the chemical industry, which is very powerful. The first chemical product that competed all the existing biological control methods was DDT, you know, which was licensed in 1947, sorry. Since then, we can find even in the eggs of Arctic fishes some very good portions, very important portions, capable in inducing human diseases, chemically induced diseases to humans. The problem is that if a farmer wants to fight, to manage the pests of an agricultural land, or a major wants to manage the eucalypt species in a biological way, then there is always a war released by the existing chemical industries against this fact. The main problem of cities is the biological control of mosquitoes. You know, mosquitoes is a very important problem. They induce some encephalopathies, West Nile diseases, and some other viruses, dengue virus, and other things. We have very good methods in fighting mosquitoes, but they need a lot of people, a lot of specialized people. For instance, we can genetically modify mosquitoes, not exactly the mosquitoes themselves, which is very difficult, but we can modify the existing bacteria in the gut of mosquitoes in a process called paratransgenesis, and they make the mosquito inactive. Actually, the mosquito is helpful in humans because of this genetically modified plant. Anopheles gambia is the mosquito causing a very serious diseases in African populations. Paratransgenesis of this pest makes it inactive and even somewhat helpful to humans. Another problem is that there are very good bacteria, nematodes, fungi, viruses, and herbs capable in managing populations. For instance, in fungi, the fungus Metarhizium anisoplia is capable in controlling populations. But even if there is an offer by some companies, a lot of Metarhizium anisoplia cultures, actually the spores of insects, the conidia, which are the snow emanating from a bunch of a fungus culture. Even in this case, the beneficial results of this treatment will appear in a few months or even in a few years. That's why all majors, especially in Greece, are reluctant in adopting Metarhizium anisoplia biological control. Another problem is that if we can find from herbs like Cymbopogon winterianus, which is a gramineaceous plant that provides us with citronella. You know citronella? A very good, a very nice smelling substance. But the problem is that citronella, even if it is applied on a very porous material, it is emanating, it is exhausted in just 2 or 3 hours.
Please make a very brief
Okay.
conclusion.
Okay.
Very brief.
I shall try to conclude my work, my talk here.
Sorry, apologize, but
Okay, yes, of course. This is actually a chaos, and the problem is that to make a substrate capable of holding citronella and releasing it at very slow rate, we have to find a lot of specializations. I was a member of such a team in which there was a chemist, a pharmacologist, an agriculturalist, agronomist, specializing in essential oil chemistry, a physicist which made, in terms of nanotechnology, substrate, membrane substrates. On these substrates, we put some citronella, and the biological activity of this citronella bed was about 4 weeks. 4 weeks is a very important period, but the problem is that all this team worked for just 2 years to make this this achievement, which is very increases undoubtedly all the expenses.
thank you very much.
This is the end of my talk, which means that we have to spend a lot of money just for management of a single pest, just of a single insect species. Thank you very much.
Only one question, if there is any.
Yes.
Oh, not for me. If there is any question, you are free to ask. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go to the second presentation. It's about economic losses due to climate change damage in viticulture. Adaptation proposals. It's a paper. This paper will be presented by Mrs. Antonella Di Fonzo from Italy.
Okay.
It's a tele presentation.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we hear you.
Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, of course. Did you send the presentation to the? Yes. Okay. We can see the presentation. Thank you very much. Please respect the time. You have only
Yes.
10 minutes.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you very
okay.
much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I present myself. A special thank to HAICTA for accepting our contribution. I present myself. My name is Antonella Di Fonzo, and I am a researcher of CREA institution in Italy. CREA is acronym of Council for Research in Agriculture, Analysis of Agriculture Economics, and I present the contribution, economic loss due to climate damage in viticulture, adaptation proposal. This research is joint research with my colleague of CREA, Simonetta De Leo, and Guido Bonati, that is a research founder of the project that support this research, and Marco Gaito and Sabrina Giuga, that are other research that we collaborated in the research. A special thank to my colleagues for their effort in this study. So the goal of this research is to present a representation of climate adaptation measures and evaluate the economic convenience to adopt the climate change adaptation measures in wine sector. The funding studies are part of the ADA project. ADA is an acronym of Adaptation in Agriculture, and that is a project funded by in life program of funded by European Commission. In summary, goal of ADA is to provide practical support to the agricultural sector and strengthen farmers' skill to face the climate change. In specific, ADA is located in Italy and develop a tool which allows farmers and producer organizations to implement adaptation plan. And the farmer and producer organization involved in ADA project are part of the 3 different supply chain in Italy: wine, fruit and vegetable, and Parmigiano Reggiano dairy. In this context, we focus on wine sector in the specific case of this research study. What is the issue of adaptation? Currently, the issue of adaptation in agriculture is very much heated in public debate because in the next decade, the intensification of negative extreme water events will put pressure on the agricultural sector, impacting farm income and farmer survival. In literature, there is a wide consensus on considering climate adaptation measures necessary to enhance the resilience in agriculture and mitigate their vulnerability. In this context, the effect of climate risk on agriculture, adaptation in agriculture sector seem to be required to contain the damage. At global level, the current challenge is to demonstrate adaptation to predict the effect of climate change and taking appropriate adequate measures to prevent or minimize the impact of climate change. But when we talk about adaptation, what do we mean? In this context, I propose two definitions of adaptation, one provided by OECD and another provided by IPCC. But both definitions define adaptation as an adjustment in natural system in response to climate stimuli and their effects. The literature on climate adaptation measures in specific on cost effectiveness of climate adaptation measures for farmers contribute to debate on reducing economic and environmental risk related to climate change. In literature, there is no ambiguous definition of adaptation in literature. For example, Bosello provides two main approaches to adaptation that are distinguished in planet adaptation that mitigate negative impact of climate change implemented by public or private bodies, or autonomous adaptation of natural and socio-economic system, referring to the resilience of natural and economic system. In each case, adaptation required the cost to be compared with benefit, and this benefit is related to damage avoided as a result of adopting and implementing the adaptation measures. Another issue that is a rise in literature is the scarce presence of study evaluating the cost and benefit on adaptation measures. For example, Elegant and Pinnick show that the difficulty to quantify the cost and benefit may be because may be related to uncertainty associated with the climate change that is complicated to quantify the cost benefit assessment. Instead rely on climate change related model data, collected data, and other factors. In this context, the literature, the context of climate change is very complex, and literature on cost and benefit in agricultural sector is very limited, and literature move under different field of analysis. For example, some studies show that the impact of climate change, analyze impact of climate change and their effect on agriculture sector. Add some study show that there is many barriers to adaptation. For example, socioeconomic aspect, age, education level, household size, individual obstacles, structural and contextual sites of farm, and also context-specific condition of production system, for example, crop type future, or soil composition, hydrological profile, because adaptation is site-specific. In other hand, the literature analyze another field. For example, Pixon showed that the perception of analyze the perception of the negative consequence of non-adaptation and its cost for farm in long time. In this context, we have evaluated the economic losses, economic convenience in adoption of adaptation measures using a methodology approach that is divided in two steps. And the first step, firstly, we have identified 102 adaptation measures for three supply chain. In this case, in wine sector, we have identified four adaptation measures. We have collected these measures in a library. The measures regard soil, water, agronomic management, crop system, animal welfare, enology. Each measure can face one or more climate risk, for example, drought, wind, hail, flood, late frost, intense precipitation, extreme maximum and minimum temperature, loss of suitability of territory, and saltwater intrusion, erosion, and phytosanitary damage. For each measure, we have associated degree of effectiveness relating to the capacity to counteract the climate risk. For example, the degree is low, medium, and height. But what is why the adaptation is important in wine sector? It's important because the climate change in wine sector affects yield and the quality of the wine. Among the various climate risks, the most important risk is associated to maximum temperature that is affect vineyard and grape, causing a decreasing value of the production. A consequence of climate change, there is a loss of territorial suitability and area traditionally cultivated with the wines. This is demonstrated in literature. Regarding one sector, we have identified 4 measures that are use of cold child inner cast of food grade, use of acid mass, membrane technology, and production process control system. Before to evaluate the convenience in adoption of measures, we have collected a cost and benefit in assessment form. And we have collected information costs to be incurred for adaptation, such as investment cost, average annual cost per hectare, and cost compared with usual practice. Information benefit, degree of effectiveness of the measures respect to conventional practice, to climate risk for 3 grades. Degree, height, medium, and low. Influence on production quality and yield, environment benefits, and possibility of receiving use the public support for adaptation. At the end, we have make an evaluation on cost and benefit in adopting the measures, the adaptation measures. This slide shows a form used to collect the information on costs and benefits. At first, we have a brief description of the adaptation measures and the risk that counteract the measures, supply chain involved, difficulty implementation, and information that mentioned above. This slide, another important point that this evaluation form, this cost and benefit assessment form, are collected in a publication that is available in institutional sites of CREA. But at this moment, this publication is in Italian language, but currently we are going to translate in English language, and in short time will be able on the institutional side of CREA. That is that is the form, the assessment form contains the information related to the cost and benefit and the information that mentioned above. This is a different assessment form as an example. For methodology approach used to evaluate the economic convenience of in adaptation measures, we have used a model, exemplary model, that methodology is published in a publication in Land Journal for more details. In this context, I will very slow, but for evaluate cost and benefit for each adaptation measures, we have exemplary model that uses the FDN data and is based on the estimation of the damage avoided throughout the implementation of the adaptation measures. In this model, we assume that the climatic event could cause with very high probability an average damage equal or greater than 30% of the value of the production. And in this context, we have used the FDN data, gross production, to calculate the average farm production value for typology and economic size of farm. The benefit of each measure was calculated on its estimated effectiveness to prevent or reduce the damage. Regarding the effectiveness, we have made the follow assumption. Height, the measures had a height effectiveness that is capable of reducing the damage from 17% to 100%. Medium, that measure is capable.
Could you please conclude?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Capable of reducing the damage from 30% to 70%, and low that is measures is capable of reducing the damage from 10% or 30%. Based on this effectiveness, we have calculated evaluation indicator, impact on the net benefit of cost, impact on grass production, and incidence on the benefit of the benefit on the total output. I conclude that the finding of this research study showed that the adaptation measures considering one sector have initial investment usually medium and height. For large farm, due to their size and resource, can opt for one or more measures with great ease or cost depreciation. Cost depreciation is burdensome for small farmers, and the cost depreciation can be an obstacle, a barrier in their climate change strategy, but they could be funded by specific public subside, for example, CAP strategic plan, in order to adapt measures. Or use association in form can also be a solution to reduce investment cost. If adaptation measures were required a wide technology, it is possible to find solution compatible with the farm financial structure. But last information that when deciding adaptation of measures, it should be borne in mind that the cost depend not only farm future, but also on the choice of implementation method and staff training, depend of site context, and for this it's is appropriate to make an assessment on the specific farm case. I have concluded. Thank you very much for your interest. For any questions or information or other project, you can consult the website of project www.lefada.eu/et. Thank you very much to HAICTA for the opportunity.
Thank you too. Thank you too. Well, any questions? Please, Mr. Petrakis. Just a moment.
It's open.
It's open.
Fine.
Okay. I have to ask something. Does the adaptation of insects, invasive insects like Trichophorus chinensis, which eats mulberry trees in Chinese and in Italy and now in Greece, does this kind of insects are taken into consideration in your project? Or just the adaptation of the Vitis vinifera plant itself to climate change?
Okay, no, we consider adaptation plan in Italy. Okay, this research support the farm for adaptation plan in Italy.
No,
Okay.
I mean the adaptation of other insects to eat new hosts, like Trichophorus chinensis, who eats mulberry trees in China and in Italy and Greece, but it migrates, it is adapted to eat also Vitis vinifera. Does this kind of insects are taken into consideration in your project?
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess that they did not consider any such pest control.
Thank you for that. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Di Foggio.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I have a general question. Can you please hear me? No. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the next presentation. It's about water pollution mitigation, and it's a very interesting paper from Alessia. The presenter is Mr. Kok Chang Chong. Okay. Thank you very much. Please try to be
Understand.
on the
Sure.
time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thank you, everyone. And it's my pleasure to meet you all today. Okay. So a bit of commercials. Okay, because this project is supported by my country under the Fundamental Research Grant Scheme. So by the Ministry of Higher Education. This is where my country is. So I'm from Malaysia, and today actually I have a chance to visit Greece, especially in Samos Island, so to present my presentations. So actually, this is where my university is located in Malaysia, in a place called Selangor. So we have two campuses, one in Perak and one in Selangor. So it's about 14 to 16-hour flight from here. So this is actually the outline of my presentation. So I have 5 sections: introductions, review, methodology, result discussions, and conclusions. So in the introductions, okay. So actually about waters. Over here in Samos, especially when you look at the right, so they have plenty full of waters over here. But actually, all this water is from sea, and we are unable to use it or consume it. So the only ways that people in Samos to use water, to get the water from, is either from the river or underground. So that's why we need to preserve the water in our environment, because only 71% is actually covered by the water in the earth, but I think it's about 20% are able to use out the 71%. So most of the water is actually wasted by humans. So 2/3 of the population actually experiences severe water scarcity. That means they do not have access to the water. Whereas humans always use the water and then pollute it. So 50% of this wastewater will be ended up in the untreated in the ocean, especially some area in my country. So in fact, if let's say we reuse water, actually we can use it in industry, in recreation, in landscape, in agriculture, or other uses. So one of the methods to treat the water is by water filtrations. So we can use a membrane, okay, especially, so to treat the water, and membrane filtration able to supply safe and clean water to our house, which is actually in line with the SDG 6, clean and water sanitations. So the use of membrane has been increasing since then. So in projected on 2032, so the market for membrane filtration came up to $38.9 billion. So this is actually the projections. This is where we are today. So membrane filtration is getting more and more popular. So the objective of this study is actually to synthesize a PVA and PA composite membrane. So this membrane we're able to have properties of self-healing. So after that, we coat these materials onto the membrane, and then to investigate the performance of this membrane. So these are some review. So filtration is actually a separation technique where we can remove the solid from the liquid. So membrane usually add a physical barrier, just like what I have over here. So this is a tissue, of course, it's not membrane. So we can use it as a barrier. So the dirty water will come in, okay, blocked by the membrane, and then the other side will be the clean water. So this is actually one of group method as a physical barrier to get the filtrations. So it separates the feed stream into 2 distinct streams. One we call permeate, another one is retentate. So permeate is the water that we want, retentate is actually the waste. So this is how it works. The feed, this is the membrane, they're blocking the waste, especially the particulate. We get the clean water over here. So despite of the benefit of membrane, but when we use more and more and more, there's been more accumulations of the particles on the membrane, so it will decrease the performance. This will be good for the factory that produces a membrane, but not good for us because we need to replace the membrane, and the cost is high. That's why today we will have developed the purpose of this research to develop a self-healing membrane, so enable the membrane to be reused again and again and again, which is actually not good for the producer. So these are some of the 2 materials that we're using, polyvinyl alcohol and also polyalkylate acid. So with the combination of these 2 compositions, it will create a self-healing properties, because when these 2 materials, when they meet together with water, so the hydroxyl group from the PAA and also the carboxyl group from the PVA, they will combine together and do the self-healing. So I'm pretty sure everyone also don't know what I'm talking about over here. So I just use a diagram to show. So these are the 2 materials. So when they break apart, so we add in water, so some material that can react together, the carboxyl and also the hydroxyl group will have reactions and they combine together, so this membrane will heal. So this is what we are doing. So this is actually we call this a healing agent, these two groups, and also this method we call intrinsic healing. So we need to have a stimulus like heat, light, water, and pH. So over here we use water, which is actually the cheapest solution compared to the rest. So in the methodology, so these are some of the recipes that we're using. The PVA, PVA comes with the pellet. So we heat up 80 degrees Celsius for 6 hours. So to create the first solutions. The second one is the PAA solution. It comes with 35% dilute with 5% of distilled water. So after that, we make it at a ratio of 3:1 and heat at 60 degrees to make as a coating solution. Then we put on top of the membrane. So in order to characterize the membrane, we are using the scanning electron microscope to see the morphology. So this to make sure that our membrane is really healing instead of we just talk about it. So another one is the tensile strength. We want to make sure the membrane retains its strength after the healing. So the depth filtration cell unit is used in this experiment. So we put in the membrane and then we put in the feed solution. The feed solution is a synthetic wastewater. We use a tartazine dye. It's actually some coloring dye, which is most of this time. This dye we found in the textile productions, especially in Malaysia. We have a lot of textile production facilities. So we pump the feed water into the membrane. So 2 bar of pressure for 20 minutes. So after that, the clean water will be collected. So these are some of calculations that we use to calculate the flux and also the efficiency in the self-healing. So these are some of the results and discussions. So this is actually the SEM morphology micrograph. So after the physical damage, so this is a pristine membrane that we never use it. So after some experiment that we done, actually we're able to see the damage, okay? But we're unable to locate precisely and show you how it healed. That's why we try to use a knife to cut the membrane, so to create some wound over there. So this is before, this is after cut. This is original, we cut it. So we immerse the membrane into water. So after that, because of the carboxyl group and the hydroxyl group, they will interact, and then they will do a self-healing. So over here, you can see clearly that we have about 1 mm thickness over here. So it's about the size of your hair. After that, it heals into a smaller one. So in terms of performance, as you can see, so the blue color, this is actually a 3-time repetitions for standard deviation. The blue color is actually before the damage. We use it about 35 to 34 liter per meter square hours. So after the damage, so actually we have higher flux, but this is actually no good because the membrane is already spoiled. That's why we have a lot of particles that move through the membrane that are able to do the filtration job. So after healing, in the green color one, so although the performance dropped a bit compared to the damage, but it's still not better, I mean, a bit better than the original one because we cannot 100% seal the membrane because we still have some hole over there, so they will have some leakage, but it's actually better than about over here 70, close to 70. So this is actually some of the result that we found. So other than that, we also found that the strength is remain, okay? We're still able to use a tensile test to test it about 4.85 megapascal. So the elongation at 71.9% is been. The structural strength is still there, and also be able to achieve the self-healing properties. So as a conclusions, so the finding we found that it's actually beneficial for sustainable water and wastewater treatment because in Malaysia the water cost is actually still very cheap. So it's about 20 cents euro per meter cube compared to in Greece. Greece is about €1 okay, per meter cube. That's why we are trying very hard in order to push for fundings and also to promote this technology to the government so that actually they can use some technology to treat the water. If you're able to search up the water quality in Malaysia, actually we always face water scarcity. We do not have enough water supplies sometimes, especially during monsoon, because the water is heavily polluted. And also in Malaysia we use a lot of water. So according to the study, we use about 250 liters per day. Compared to Greece, it's about 165, so we should use 40% more. So we hope that these findings, okay, are able to provide the self-healing capacity to reduce the maintenance costs and extend the operation lifetime for a filtration system. So this study suggested that these two materials are able to do the self-healing. It have a potential, but it still can be further developed for improvement. So that's all for my presentation. If you're interested in my university, you can scan the QR code. Thank you.
Thank you very much for respecting the time and for the excellent presentation. Is there any questions or comment or something? Okay. Yes, please. Just a moment.
the term self-healing is very ambitious, because healing means that the PVA, PAA membranes are very good substrates for the development of bacteria and funguses. Does this happen? Or the healing, so-called, is inorganic?
The healing way in this case, in this perspective, is actually on the chemical waste. So because of these two chemicals, so on the, yeah,
No bacteria.
no, yeah,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Okay, and just a comment, if you could explain, for your experience, how sustainable are these membranes, PVA and PAA? If I understood correctly, they are both polymers. So do you think that they're sustainable?
So in terms of sustainability, as long as there are humans exist in this world, so we are not able to achieve 100% sustainability. So we are only able to try our best to reduce it. But these two materials are environmental friendly in the first place. And also the second one is actually we are trying to reduce the chemical use. That's why we have to play around with the compositions. I'm pretty sure that in one day in the futures, so maybe we can use a biological way to do it. So we feel 100% to get rid of using the polymers. But until today, I don't think any methods that we use in water treatment is actually 100% green. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next presentation. It's a tele-presentation. It's about the drivers and barriers to transition to agroeconomy in Tunisia. It's a policy review. Mr. Ines Zouari from the Institute National Agronomie de Tunis.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Ines Zouari from the National Institute of Agronomy of Tunisia. My talk will be about drivers and barriers to transition to agroecology in Tunisia from a policy perspective. This work was undertaken in the framework of NATAE project. I'm not able to it's not working. Not working, sorry.
Are you sharing your screen or?
Okay. Okay.
It's okay now.
Okay. So in the mid-60s, the Green Revolution model was adapted in Tunisia in order to achieve the sufficiency in wheat. So this meant the introduction of semi-dwarf high-yielding varieties and all the technical package that goes with the use of inorganic fertilizers, mechanization, etc. A set of policies was also implemented to strengthen the adoption of this strategy, like subsidies on fertilizers, pricing the flour, etc. This model actually led to a relative increase in productivity, but also had a high impact on society that time, with a social disparity, because it gave much more privileges to the large farmers and created a rural exodus and other social impacts. At that time, a group of Tunisian economists and agronomists already warned on the impact of this model on the ecosystems and rural development. And indeed, the consequences of the Green Revolution are now visible in the agricultural landscape in Tunisia, which is characterized by a decline in biodiversity, in soil fertility, in water resources at the quantity and quality levels. And this exacerbates the vulnerability of a predominantly smallholder rain-fed agriculture, which is highly dependent on climate. So it's not surprising that calls for more sustainable and fair production systems are getting louder now and agroecology as a set of practices, but also as a holistic and integrated approach to food systems might be an alternative to achieve sustainability, social equity, and productivity. So in Tunisia, there have been several individual or collective agroecological initiatives. These came from farmers through the adoption of agroecological practices on farm, like the no-till sowing, the agroforestry, from cooperatives and NGOs who provided a lot of support and raised awareness about this topic. Also, at the scale of research, there have been a lot of research and development projects on agroecology, as well as the integration of sustainable systems and agroecology in the educational programs. In order to understand the place of agroecology in the public policies, in the national public policies, we did a sort of non-exhaustive inventory of the current national strategies in the field of agriculture and environment. And most of these strategies clearly mention the adoption of agroecology or its principles as a necessity now for the sustainability of production of food systems. And maybe the most comprehensive strategy is the National Strategy of Ecological Transition, which was developed by the Ministry of Environment in 2023. It proposed a transformation of both individual and collective behavior through evolution of production and consumption patterns towards greater sustainability and circularity. And I would give you an example of actions that were proposed in this strategy. It's about the conservation and valorization of local varieties. So among the proposed measures, we find the revision of the law that prohibits the sale of varieties, seeds that are not listed on the Tunisian catalogue of varieties, and also the strengthening of the national gene bank role in conservation of local wheat and barley seeds. The National Gene Bank is already working with farmers. They freely distribute local seeds, and they collect the different germplasm in order to enrich the collection, which is kept in situ and ex situ. I would add the place and the remarkable position of the organic farming in the agricultural development strategies. Actually, the authorities put several incentive measures to encourage farmers for conversion to organic farming. And indeed, the sector has experienced a real growth in the last 20 years through the expansion of areas, the increase of number of operators who are working in the organic farming sector, and also the increasing quantities of export of organic products. So it is clear that both the ministries of environment and agriculture elaborated several strategies pushing towards a shift to a sustainable production systems. But the Ministry of Agriculture is confronted, and I would say alone, to the urgent and sensitive question of national food security in a difficult context of climate change. And here we can notice that the orientations that this minister took to achieve self-sufficiency in duro meat, for example, rely on recent or even less recent measures that run counter to agroecology. For example, there is an indirect encouragement for wheat monoculture through measures like fixing guaranteed prices for wheat, etc. And also, in parallel, there is a marginalization of the legume value chain, which is an important component of the rotation in the cereal systems. There are also subsidies on chemical fertilizers that could encourage farmers to buy them and use them. And there has been lately an extension of irrigated areas for durum wheat cultivation despite the limited water resources. There are some governance and structural issues as well, which could be an obstacle for the agroecological transition in Tunisia. For example, the weakening of the extension services that took place in the last decades increased the intervention of input suppliers in farmers' guidance and in addition, the precariousness of farmers, which is due to low land ownership, a low access to credits or other financing resources, can prevent them from investing in innovations like the agroecological practices that can be proposed to them. And also, we noticed a fragmentation of initiatives. The ministers propose a lot of initiatives, but which are not coordinated. So the implementation becomes very complicated. Despite the clear willingness of the public authorities to move towards an agroecological approach, the challenge of food security is creating a large gap between the vision and the ground reality, and is triggering at the same time an opposite trend with more pressure on natural resources. So it becomes urgent to have a new paradigm which is based on an ecological intensification, focused on the integration of the smallholder agriculture in the national economy, and built on an efficient governance of institutions, territories, and resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question? Yes, Professor Vlonjos.
Highness, my name is George Vlonzos. I would like to ask you, given your experience in Tunisia, Tunisian farmers, how much familiarized are with the term of agroecology, and how much are they willing to adopt agroecology as a term, or a small part or bigger part of agroecological principles on a pure operational level?
Okay. Yes. Well, they know, they are aware of agroecology, and I would say that the percentage of farmers who have the knowledge about agroecology depends a lot on the regions, because in some regions we're targeted a lot by development and research projects on agroecology. So a lot of farmers in several regions like Siliena, like Kairouan, even in the south, were involved in such projects. So yes, the knowledge and the awareness about this topic already exists in Tunisia.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to the next presentation. It's an oral presentation. It's about the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus. Mr. Leonidas Sotirios Kyriakos.
Thank you very much, Professor Michailidis. Good evening, everybody. I'm really happy to see you all here in the HAICTA 2024 conference. My name is Leonidas Sotirios Kyriakos, and I'm coming from Agricultural Economics and Consumer Behavior Lab of University of Thessaly. and today I'm going to present you the multi-dimensional and multi-scale evaluation framework considering water, energy, and food ecosystem nexus that we are now operating in the Dionysus project. So, the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus is trying to promote sustainable, equitable, and resilient socioeconomic development. And we are considering energy, food, ecosystem, and water dimensions due to the fact that they are susceptible to climate change, and the failure of one leads to a ripple effect on the other three domains. Due to the fact that climate change strikes and its effects are more and more harsh for the agriculture, local communities have to adapt to this new reality. Okay, thank you. So that's the reason why we have introduced the Dionysus project, so as to create a new framework. We will set up 4 demonstration sites in Greece, Italy, Morocco, and Egypt, and we'll have the opportunity to give you some extra information on this afterwards. And we will also have 3 replication sites in order to test the results of the methodology that we will acquire. Following, we will build 7 cross-sectorial action panels, both in demonstration sites and in the replication sites, so as to enable the opinions of the local stakeholders in the whole process, building in this way the Dionysus think tank. Lastly, a web-based DSS platform will be created, embodying the stakeholders that they have competing issues in local and regional level. And the platform will have also an assessment of the cost effectiveness and the socioeconomic feasibility of these solutions. So the main objectives of the Dionysus project is to develop an integrated evaluation framework under the Wi-Fi approach, and to promote the participative approach and the co-design approach in order to consider the local stakeholders' opinions in the whole process. Lastly, a common methodological framework will be created, and in the end of the project, a replicable Dionysus guidebook will be submitted. So the co-design approach will have okay. Okay. So the co-design approach will be made under some really certain operational guidelines in order to transform the action panels into effective demonstration sites that the Wi-Fi approach will be promoted. And also, also we will provide practice-based training to the demonstration site leaders as a tool for them. And lastly, we will create a monitoring protocol for the DSS leaders so as to track the progress of their tasks and within and after the lifespan of the project. So, as a methodological tool, we will create and use the dynamic bioeconomic model called DAPSIM. And in this current phase, we are trying to collect data from the demonstration sites, data regarding general information, demographic data, climatic conditions, agricultural data, stakeholders, and competing sectors, so as to create the first phase of the model, and after the first results of the model, we will try to validate them using the data from the replication sites. So, just a brief introduction about the demonstration site. The first one will be in Greece, and more certainly in the region of Thessaly and the area that it is under the jurisdiction of Toefta Avropou. The main cultivation over there is cotton. And as you can see here, we have an irrigation system that works with channels, open channels, and we try to insert a new technology that has to do with underground irrigation. Moving on, the second demonstration site will be about Italy, Eastern Italy, where the main cultivation will be about citrus. The third one will be in Egypt, and more specifically in Luxor, where the area is mostly cultivated with cereals and fruits. And lastly, in Morocco, around the Tunisia basin, where argan forest fruits and vegetables are playing the major role. In all these areas, local communities are facing issues with water management, and in most of them about the different stakeholders' interest on using them. Using the DAPSIM model, as I said before, we're now in the first phase, but after the gathering of the data, we will proceed to the second one, where the DAPSIM model will have to do with the energy, food, water, and ecosystem services. We will try to increase the efficiency and productivity of this system, and we will try to deliver sustainable business model canvas and sustainable business plan for these regions, both for the demonstration sites and the replication sites. All right. And the final solutions will serve the Sustainable Development Goals and the environment, social and governance principles in order to provide solutions that serve environment, society, economy, and technology. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm really sorry for...
Thank you very much. Any comment? Any question? Okay. In that case, let me have a general question.
For sure.
Nexus, the WEFE Nexus is about climate change.
Indeed.
It's strongly connected with climate change. Your project was about Euromed and AfriMed countries. Which countries have been strongly affected by climate change? But what about the rest countries, for example, the Northern Europe or in the Central Europe? Do you think that there are some countries that could be benefited by this climate change?
First of all, just to clarify that this project is from PRIMA that has to do with the Mediterranean region. So yes, the climate change will bring also some positive effect to countries such as the viticulture that we see together because it's very sensitive to temperatures. And yes, for sure, we can see regions in, let's say in UK that before they didn't have any viticulture, and now we see that they go more and more. But they will have also to tackle with enemies or pests that they didn't have before as well, such as the invasive species that we have introduced before. For sure, each case study has to be studied in a sole way and see what are the benefits and drawbacks in its case.
Thank you very much.
You're really welcome.
Okay. So, we have almost 20 minutes and we have 4 more presentations. So, let's go to the next one. It's a presentation from Tunisia. Miss Hala Beni Musa. Can you please hear us?
Ben Musa.
Okay, I'm sorry, apologies. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, everyone. I am Haifa Ben Musa. I am a researcher in the National Agronomic Institute of Tunisia, and today my presentation focuses on the identification of agroecological practices in Saliena, a northwestern Tunisian region, through a combination of survey and participatory workshop, and this work is under the framework of the NATAE project. Let me first introduce the topic. According to the FAO, agroecological practices are defined as methods that try to maximize interaction between humans, animals, plants, and the environment, and with an emphasis on recycling, biodiversity, nutrient recycles. These practices aim to support social and ecological processes. And the agroecological techniques improve food security and farmers' livelihoods while bolstering ecosystems and the community's availability to withstand change and pressure. And therefore, agroecological practices include the integration of ecological principles into agricultural systems to enhance productivity and resilience and close sustainable farming methods. Let me bring to your attention that Saliena region faces some environmental challenges. In fact, 93% of the territory is classified under semi-arid climate, which limiting the availability of water resources and with very irregular rainfall over time and space. Another crucial issue is the soil erosion, and 64% of the area suffers from severe soil erosion and degradation, which led that Saliena is ranked first in Tunisia in terms of soil degradation. Also, the soils are very low, have very low percentage of organic matter. Given the significant and also water scarcity and soil degradation have a direct impact on agricultural productivity, and climate change is already threatened the region. It's exacerbating this existing vulnerability, and which necessitating sustainable agricultural practices. And given the significant impact of the environmental challenges, it is more crucial to explore some sustainable solution. And in this context, the aim of this study is to identify agroecological practices in the Saliena region through 2 methods: a survey with farmers and a participatory workshop with the different stakeholders involved in the farming system. And to achieve this objective, the methodology that we have designed is presented as follows. First of all, the surveys. We have made surveys and interviews with 30 farmers selected randomly in the Saliena region, and mainly in El Krib, in North Saliena, and in Saliena South. And the farmers are asked about the adoption of 8 agroecological practices as recycling, crop diversity, irrigation water management, soil health, animal health, no-till as direct sowing, reduction of chemical fertilizers, and finally the reduction of phytosanitary treatments. The other method was the multi-stakeholder workshop aimed to identify the main agroecological practices in the territory and identifying the criteria according to stakeholders to evaluate agroecological practices. And this it was a participatory workshop, including 26 participants as researchers, farmers, agronomic expert, engineers, stakeholders from upstairs and downstairs segment of value chains, namely a cereal office and the input suppliers. And let's move to the result, and I will start with the agroecological practices identification according to the surveys. Regarding recycling, it is adopted only by 10% of farmers, while 77% of farms adopt crop diversity. 63% of farmers reduce the use of chemical fertilizers, while only 37% of them reduce the use of phytosanitary treatments. According for the soil health, 93% of farmers adopt it, but only 70% of them practice the direct sowing. 77% of farmers do not adopt irrigation water management practices, and 30% of them use local seeds. And finally, for animal health practices, it was adopted by 70% of farms. For agroecological practices identification according to the participatory workshop, we asked the participant to suggest a list of agroecological practices that are used to use them in the territory, and they proposed a list of 8 agroecological practices, namely no-till, direct sowing, reducing plowing and soil enhancement, plowing across the slope to combat erosion, organic utilization, fertilization using manure, crop rotation, intercropping, use the drip irrigation for water conservation, consulting a veterinary for livestock health. When we compare the list that we have supposed in the questionnaire and the list given by the participant, both of them both of them suggested in the emphasize sustainable agriculture practices, resources preservation, and health of crop and animals. The agroecological practices proposed by the workshop participants were more specific, but in contrast, those proposed in the questionnaire focus on a holistic approach to preserve the environment and ensuring the health of crop and animals. Also, we asked the participant to give qualification criteria in order to evaluate the agroecological practices, and they proposed 11 criteria, and we have gathered by pair to form only one single criterion. And the first one was the cost reduction and productivity. The second one was the type of vaccine or insemination for cattle plus product quality. The third one was a reduction in the appearance of cryptogamic diseases and weed reduction, sustainability of agricultural production and diversity of crops and products. The fifth one was the return to local seed. Sixth one was self-sufficiency and environmental protection. So according to this criteria, we asked the participant to evaluate agroecological practices, and we have obtained this matrix. If we cross the matrix by lines, we can evaluate the most well-evaluated agroecological practices, and there was the crop rotation with the 48 score. After that, it's water conservation through drip irrigation, direct sowing, and organic fertilization with manure. But the plowing against the slope received the lowest score. When we cross the matrix by the column, we can identify the most important criteria for ensuring the profitability and sustainability of the agricultural operation. And there was the sustainability of agricultural production and diversity of crops and products. After that was the cost reduction and productivity, the type of vaccine and the insemination for cattle, and product quality. But reducing disease and waste and return to local seeds received the lower score. And as a conclusion, the agroecological practices suggested by participants during the workshop and those proposed in the questionnaire both emphasize sustainable agricultural practices in resources preservation and the health of crop and animals. soil health, crop diversity, animal health, and the reduction of chemical fertilizer are the most commonly implemented agroecological practices according to the survey result. But the crop rotation, water conservation through drip irrigation, direct sowing, and organic fertilization with manure have been identified as essential practices with a high score during the workshop. And therefore, in understanding the preferences and priorities of farmers regarding sustainable agricultural practices can help in promoting the agroecological transition and assist political and environmental decision maker. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ben Moussa. I greatly appreciate your respect to the time constraints. Any comments, any question? Okay, no comments from my side too. So let's go to the next presentation. Thank you again, Ms. Ben Moussa.
Thank you for you too.
Okay, the next presentation is from Mr. Grigoris Karapetian from the Perotis College of the American Farm School of Thessaloniki. It's a tele presentation. Mr. Karapetian, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Give me 1 second to share everything.
Yes. Please try to respect the time, please. Too.
Yes. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Gregory Karapetian, and I recently completed my master's degree in Perotis College, division of the American Farm School. And today I will present you the first part of an ongoing study, of an ongoing research project, actually, that we have the chance to conduct in our premises. I will start with a basic introduction regarding soil organic carbon estimation. Then I will move into the main objectives of our study. I will explain how we designed and we executed our experiment. And then I will mention some of the main results, statistical results. Of course, in the end, I will refer to some of the conclusions and recommendations that we have based on our findings. And of course, in the end of the presentation, you will see some of our key references and resources that we used. So when it comes down to soil organic carbon, we all know that it's plays a tremendous role to the agricultural sector. It enhances soil fertility, improves soil structure, mitigates climate change, supported by biodiversity. However, the excessive and extensive use of soil for agricultural production throughout the last year, decades, and even centuries has led to the depletion of the soil organic carbon to a significant percent. Inappropriate agricultural techniques like deep tilling or even the spraying of harmful chemicals have ruined the level of soil organic carbon to a greater extent, even worldwide. So, depleted levels of shock raise the need for policy actions and the use of new solutions, either ones that are already invented or new ones. As a result, several governmental bodies have activated their global awareness. So if we want to advance towards a future rooted to environmental responsibility, we have to find new techniques to monitor and control soil organic carbon. Approaches that fall under the umbrella of remote sensing techniques promise a positive, efficient alternative when it comes down to use of capital and, of course, the use of our time. So in our study, we tried to estimate soil organic carbon through different vegetation indices that we managed to calculate and observe through satellite imaging. Our goal was to create a cost-effective, non-invasive method of soil organic carbon estimation. However, we also wanted to review the advantages and disadvantages of current and future techniques. Also, we wanted to also stress to promote and educate interested individuals unfamiliar with precision agriculture, and in generally point out that precision agriculture does not require only high-cost tools and techniques in order to acquire valuable results. So let me go through the methodology of our study. Our study took place in Thessaloniki, Greece, in the American Farm School. A 12-hectare agricultural field was used as a study area, and 73 soil samples were collected. All of them derived from the first 15 centimeters of the soil of the first soil horizon. And during the time of the experiment, the cultivation was a durum wheat cultivation. However, I have to point out it was not an irrigated one. So as you will see, the timetable of the experiment is quite long. We started at January of 2023 with a collection of soil samples. And then during March of the same year, the soil samples were properly prepared for a Durmatherm analysis through Durmatherm machinery. And we managed to calculate and estimate the soil organic carbon of each sample of the 73 samples that I mentioned earlier. A year later, we managed to acquire satellite data from open access satellite databases that exist that have the feature to basically store data for a long period of time. So we found the date that we wanted, the date that we actually collected the soil samples, and we used that date. The cloudiness level was 0.5%. And we basically downloaded the different bands, near-infrared bands, visible and near-infrared bands of Sentinel-2, and we fused them with GIS in order to create several maps when it comes down to VIs, and extrapolate basically the value for the VIs for each specific soil point that we had. Of course, then we proceeded during March of 2024 into statistical analysis that was successful with a software that we used called JAM, statistical software. And during the past May, we managed to complete the first step of our study. Before I go into the results of our study, I have to stress some of the vegetation indices that we used and their formulas. In this table, you can see the main vegetation indices that we used and their formulas, and of course, the respective ones when it comes down to Sentinel-2 bands. So when it comes down to our results, the first test that we ran, it was a distribution result, and we immediately saw from a superior wilt test that our data was not normally distributed. And surprisingly enough, the soil organic carbon data set was not normally distributed, and showed 4 clear peaks indicating the presence of 4 distinct groups of clusters within the dataset. So immediately we understood that we couldn't go into the use of any parametric statistical test, and we had to use some non-parametric statistical tests. So for that reason, we went into Spearman's Rho test, and we tried to show if there are any strongly positive or negative correlations between our variables, and especially between soil organic carbon and VIs. The results were quite satisfactory, and the p-value of the test also showed us that the finding was a statistically significant one. However, when it comes down to the actual model, we could, due to the soil organic carbon dataset, we couldn't use any of the main techniques that similar studies use, like multiple linear regression, principal component analysis, or partial least square regression, because our data was not normally distributed. So we decided to look at our soil organic carbon data as ordinal data, and we followed ordinal logistic regression for our model. The effect likelihood radio test indicated that all the variables have statistically significant effect on the estimation of soil organic carbon due to the p-values. However, the log odds imply an extraordinarily large odds ratio when they are exponentiated. And that happens due to the fact that the carbon classes um, um, are separated only by 0.1 units, and due to the fact that the VIs range from -1 to 1. So even a small variation might be exaggerated in the model. However, from the Spearman's row, we understood in our conclusions that soil organic carbon can be effectively monitored by developing models based on vegetation indices, and that vegetation indices have a strong relationship with soil organic carbon and can be used to predict like the movement of soil organic carbon to some extent. Of course, to more general conclusions, we understood that if we improve our modeling and if we continue our research, we can minimize the amount of capital for imprecise soil analysis and in generally offer more information to open source data libraries in order to improve even more our model and other models that also exist. Eventually, we can achieve an instant estimation of worldwide without any limitations of time, chemicals, or labor. And of course, the digital storage will create a better organized environment for businesses that will allow farmers, entrepreneurs, scientists to take more cohesive decisions when it comes down to their investment of capital, investment of time, and even to the acquisition of some subsidies. And of course, all these new parameters will also help to the creation for new jobs and tools for sustainable improvements. However, the most important finding of our study was actually how to improve ourselves. So we realized that in order for similar sized fields, we have to gather more individual soil points. So no 73 more soil points than that in order to create more accurate maps. And of course, when it comes down to VIs, we firmly believe that it will be, we suggest that the next time we use more VIs, implement all of them together in order to be able to take out some of the errors that we saw with soil moisture and with weed leaf area and other related issues. And of course, the most important one and the last one is that we strongly suggest, as the literature also correlates with that, the use of UAVs for similar studies that are equipped with near-infrared and near-infrared cameras, because we can improve by that the imagery that can acquire. So instead of taking a satellite imagery that the pixel size is 10 by 10, we can have more accurate imagery for future studies and future models. So over here, you can see some of the basic bibliographic references that we use and the most common ones that help us in the first section of our project. And thank you a lot for your time. If you have any questions, we'll gladly answer them.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any question? Please. Please note that we are almost late for more than 3 minutes. So please try to complete the questions and the presentation, the next presentation, as soon as possible. Please.
I'm asking a question which arose to my head some 20 years ago. We have a rich in organic carbon soil in a park in West Attica. A rain washed out all the organic carbon and transferred this carbon to lower horizons, soil horizons. This is invisible to an DVI, of course. How can this system can cope with these washings?
So in our area, unfortunately, we didn't have any major rains, but I totally understand your question. The solution that we suggest is that when we are actually preparing the model, we suggest to have more, let's say, soil sample periods in order to collect more data for a different kind of environmental damages. So yeah, instead of only using one soil sample throughout the year or throughout the cultivation, we suggest more.
Thank you. I retain that we need more data.
Yes,
No,
that's the main outcome.
Always we need more data and more money.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to the next
much.
presentation. Mrs. Fedra Kanonarchi from the Mediterranean Agronomic Institute of Montpellier.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Just give me a second. Okay, well, hello everyone. My name is Fedra Kanonarchi, and I'm a PhD student under the supervision of Professor Stavriani Koutsou from the International Hellenic University and Professors Giorgos Kleftodimos and Tristan Bessou from the Agronomic Institute of Montpellier. And I'm going to present to you the landscape level analysis of farming practices and their impacts on wild pollinators in the nexus region of Greece. So pollination services are very important as they're responsible for 75% of the global crop production, and also are responsible for at least 127 billion for the global economic welfare. Also, 80% of wild plants depend on pollination services. So where we get the pollination services? Where we get them from many pollinators, but mostly from bees, either wild bees that we take freely from nature or managed ones, where we get these pollination services as a positive externality from local beekeepers, or farmers have the opportunity to rent or buy them and use them. These last years, however, we have witnessed a significant pollinators decline. And the main reasons for this decline is, first of all, the ineffective practice of public policy, the lack of participation from the stakeholders, and in general, the stakeholders' decisions, such as their agricultural practices and pesticide use. We could say that the substitutions, of wild bees from managed ones could be a solution, but research has shown that the production costs are very high, and also it's an ineffective solution as there are not enough managed bees to supply the demand of pollination services. However, we've seen that most of the studies address this phenomenon at the landscape, don't address this phenomenon at the landscape level. Usually they approach it at the plot or farm level. So we think there's a strong need to approach this phenomenon from a landscape approach. So there are many reasons for that. First of all, pollinators interact with the environment in general, not just in the plot scale or farm scale. Also, we've seen that horizontal measures and practices do not sufficiently address problems like pollinators decline, excuse me. And also we've seen that pollinators interact differently with different kinds of agricultural systems. Lastly, this approach will give to stakeholders the opportunity to have a more active role in the collective decision-making process, and thus they will be more willing to follow future incentives in new practices. So the landscape level approach consists of three main steps. The first one is a farm type characterization, where we conduct a questionnaire in order to define the main characteristics of the agricultural systems of the area that we study. The second step is a farm level analysis. So we use a bioeconomic model at the farm level in order to quantify the effects of measures on farmers' decisions and the provision of pollination services. And lastly, the last step is the landscape scale-up. So the findings that we have from the second step, we extend them to a broader scale using dynamic land allocation models in order to provide insight into the impact of new measures on pollinators' ecosystems and also on the changes on the land use and land cover. So the aim of the study is to address the first step in the landscape level approach. The methodology that we used for data collection, well, first of all, was to identify the archetypes of the area that we study. When we say archetypes, we mean the main farm types, farm systems in the area. And this was with the help of the stakeholders of the area, of course. We also organized a focus group with the main stakeholders also to identify the criteria for the typology and the statistical analysis. The main criteria that we found was first of all the production orientation, if it's either perennial or arable crop. The second one is the production intensification, if it's a conventional system or organic. And the third one is the knowledge of pollinators' importance. Also here, you can see three examples. There are 3 sections out of 7 from our questionnaire. The first section has general questions for the farm characteristics. The second one, it's about land use and cropping patterns. And the third one is about the input use and the costs of the farmers. From the above criteria, we selected 21 variables that we're going to use afterwards for our model. We did 16 expert interviews, and our questionnaire has both biophysical and socioeconomic questions. Of course, the results and the final typology were validated in a workshop with the local stakeholders. So the aim of the questionnaire was to identify the main agricultural systems of the area, to explore farmers' perception on pollinators and their importance, and analyze their decision-making process. The area that we chose for this study is the Nestos area. It's in Eastern Macedonia in the north of Greece. And there are 2 main reasons that we chose this area. First of all, it's intensive farming, and also there's a shift towards kiwi monoculture, which raises concerns for the future of pollinators. And second of all, this Nestos is one of 17 living labs within the framework of the Horizon project REST-POL, which is a European project for restoring pollinators in Europe. So the main findings, our main findings, are first of all the 4 agricultural systems of the area, or 4 farm types. The first one is kiwis and perennial crops, such as pear, olive, cherry trees, with a mean size of almost 4.5 hectares. The second farm type is kiwis and arable crops, such as maize, soy, watermelon, with a mean size of 6.5 hectares. The third one is asparagus and arable crops at 6 hectares. And the last one is arable crops with a mean size of 5 hectares. Also, concerning the farmers' profile, we found that half of them have a level of education of secondary school, and the other half has a higher level of education from technical school to master's degree. Also, all of the farmers, so 100% of them are males, with an average age of 44 years old, and for 62.5% of them, farming is their primary occupation. Also, concerning their perception of
Ms.
pollinators.
Kanonarchi, could you
Yes?
please go to your final conclusions?
Yes, yes, well, I'm almost done. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So, yes. Concerning their perception, we've seen that all of them think that bees are the most important pollinator. 85% of them have noticed a lack of pollination and think that their production is affected by this phenomenon. We can see that there's a percentage of 50% that half of them are not willing to adopt new practices, and the other half is willing to, but hesitates for reasons such as the cost, lack of information, education, and time. And lastly, to conclude, the main findings is that we found 4 main farm types of the area that represent the 95% of the farming systems of the Nestos region. Farmers have acknowledged this decline in numbers of pollinators, and also half of them are willing to try new practices under specific conditions. And also for our future plans, we're going to gather geographical data for the area in order to create maps and showcase the supply and demand of pollination services in the area. Secondly, we will create scenarios with the help of bioeconomic models using the data that we found from our questionnaires. And lastly, with the help of the dynamic land allocation model, we will create simulations for the future land cover, land use of the area, and how it will be affected by new measures and new practices proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you too. Any question? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kanonarchi. Let's go to the last presentation. It's about, it's from Zoe Tambaki. Okay, can you hear us, Ms. Zoe Tambaki?
Yes, I can. Can you see me?
Yeah, no, we can hear you, but we cannot. Yes, now we can see you.
Give me a second. Okay, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Έχω κάνει, αλλά μάλλον δεν το έκανα σωστά.
Okay, now we can see the presentation.
Hello, I'm Tabaki Zoe, a PhD student in the Democratic University of Thrace, Greece, and I will be presenting a very important figure in the conservation activist movement, Rosa Lietz, that is, however, often overlooked from the movement. The title is Rosa Lietz, Life, Work and Impact. Rosalie Barrow, in her early life, Rosalie Barrow was born in England in 1877 to John Wiley Barrow and Harriet Bowen Woodward. And she spent a lot of time in her childhood in Central Park birding with her father, an experience that left a very lasting impression on her entire life. Even after she was married, she spent a lot of time in Central Park with her son and alone, meeting a lot of other like-minded people, such as Willard Gibbs Van Name, a zoologist and curator at the American Museum of Natural History. In 1909, she married the engineer Charles Noel Edge, and they had 2 children together. She was heavily involved in the feminist movement, but slowly lost her interest in feminist matters and was overtaken by her devotion to bird biodiversity, which led her to becoming a very determined advocate for the movement. Rosalie Ernst began her journey as a suffragist, playing a significant role in passing the 19th Amendment in 1920, which gave the women the right to vote in America. She later joined the New York's State Women's Suffrage Party, and later, after the amendment was passed, she joined the League of Women Voters. In the suffrage movement, she learned a lot of practices and methodology that she used in the conservation, in her conservation activism, such as organizing efficient and effective activism campaigns, giving persuasive speeches, writing pamphlets, staging protests, and engaging with other thought leaders. She was one of the greatest conservation activists of the 20th century that brought in the innovation into the movement by introducing those different activist practices. She advocated against different conservation organizations such as the Overton Society that she accused of conspiring with developers, ranchers in favor of putting bounties on bald eagles in Alaska. And she challenged the practices of a number of organizations such as the Overton Society, the United States Biological Survey, and the United States Department of Forest Service, becoming a very active preservation activist in the 30s until the early 50s. In 1929, during the 25th annual meeting of the Overton Society, she brought with her a pamphlet called A Crisis in Conservation, which she wanted to discuss, driven by Van Name, that highlighted the actions of the National Association of Overton Society that she believed were, again, contrary to bird conservation. She returned to New York and she created an organization called the Emergency Conservation Committee and started publishing pamphlets under her own name with the subject of bird conservation on behalf of the ECC. She asked the Overton Society for the mailing list of all their members, but they refused. But the matter was later resolved in court, with the Edge winning the battle. She fought to bring changes in conservation policy as well, and fought against organizations that she believed strayed from the responsibilities of preserving wildlife, and especially endangering birds with extinction. She was associated with the Hawk Mountain Sanctuary, the Olympic National Park, and she fought against the poisoning of wildlife control that provided her with a lot of visibility on the matter. She also contributed to the establishment of many major national parks, as the Olympic National Park, the Kings Canyon National Park, and the Hawk Mountain Sanctuary. The Hawk Mountain Sanctuary in specific was her magnum opus and was founded in 1934. And it was created in order to control the mass huntings of hawks that she believed was a very important matter, and it's the first refuge of its kind for birds of prey. It also provided education by disseminating knowledge to the public about conservation practices and teaching the younger generations about the importance of environmental conservation. By the early 1950s, a lot of environmental and prominent environmental nature writers were drawn to the place and spent some time there as well. These are some pictures from the Hawk Mountain Sanctuary. In conclusion, ants contributed greatly to the conservation movement and towards establishing environmental policies at the time that conservation and preservation were not given the appropriate support and attention. Rosalie Ertz's approach to activism in conservation was unique at the time, since it created new methodology within the movement, with the main purpose of her struggle being not economic profit, but advancing environmental ideas. Because she cared about different species and the importance of their different ecological relationships, which in turn differentiated her from other conservationists of her time. With her main focus being trying to save different species from extinction. And towards the end of her life, she was recognized as one of the most important figures in the American conservation movement. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tabaki. I didn't know about Rosalie. It was a good opportunity to learn about this figure. Any question, please? Okay, so thank you. Thank you again. We've just finished this session. We are late for more than half an hour. You know, we had to go for the coffee break about 5 to 10. So let's go for a quick coffee break and come back about 6 o'clock. Okay, for the next session. Thank you very much.
So, good evening, everybody. The second session will be about innovative products and systems. When the Common Agricultural Policy of 2023 has been introduced, there were 9 goals grouped in 3 major groups. The first one was about the economic development, the second one about the environmental protection, and the last one about the development of local societies. It wasn't by chance that the European Commission has introduced also a 10th goal about knowledge and innovation. So that was the reason why we have selected to include this topic in HAICTA 2024. Without any further delay, we will proceed to the first presentation of this session. And it will be presented by Mrs. Concetta Cardillo about honey cost, an experimental approach for determining honey production costs. And it will be in the teleconference one. So, Ms. Cardillo.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. Okay, I'm Concetta Cardillo. I'm coming from the CREA, the National Institute for Research in Agricultural Economics in Italy. And I will present today this survey of the determination of honey cost in Italy that I realized with my colleagues Antonio Giampaolo and Milena Verrascina in collaboration with the organization of beekeepers, national beekeepers in Italy. Okay, let me go. Okay, yes. Okay, we realized this survey for main 3 reasons. The first one is that we wanted to carry out a statistical and economic survey which has as main object the determination of the production cost of honey for farms of beekeeping farms that are market oriented. This is because we received many requests coming from the world of political part, especially from the Ministry of Agriculture, that is interested to have more information about the honey sector and honey production, even because they want to better target the intervention in this sector of the agriculture. But also because we received other push from coming from the world of the research and the world of consultancy and evaluation system. We want to realize this survey to analyze the economic behavior of the farms and their production capacities, also in order to monitor the situation during the time and in different contexts. At the end, the final objective of this survey is to provide a benchmarking service that is for free and useful to both beekeepers and consultants. We realized this sample survey starting from the national database of beekeepers of year 2019, and we select 434 farms representing a universe of about 6,000 farms that are characterized by an economic size of at least 8,000 euros of standard output. This is because we wanted to select only the so-called commercial farms. This sample is representative at national and regional level, and we calculated coefficient of variation, and we allocated the farms in the strata according to the Bethel procedure. The data collection takes place through a specific web application, and the single beekeeper can enter the data or by himself or with the assistance of the people coming from CREA, and they can assist the filling of the question that we prepared. And the data collection, the processing, and the dissemination of the results take place in full compliance with the rules of the protection of personal data, and also with the statistical confidentiality. The questionnaire consists in 8 sections regarding general data, data about structure of the farms, the form of marketing, the composition of workforce, and so on. A part of the questionnaire can be filled only once the first year, and then it can be updated during the following years. Another part must be filled every year because it's related to the cost, to the expenses that each farm has to face every year. This is the website, and you can connect if you are curious to see how it works. At the moment, it's only in Italian, but we are working to provide even an English version. It contains the information about the survey. What is it? A guide to fill the questionnaire and the questionnaire. The questionnaire, as I said before, can be filled directly by the beekeepers, or if needs help, there is the technical assistance from CREA. And here there are some examples of data entry. For example, for structure or marketing or the consistency of the breeding and the costs and revenue and so on. So it's quite simple to fill these masks, and at the end we can elaborate the data. This is the situation about the first survey that we realized in 2023. It was realized starting from September 2022 till March 2023, and it was related for the production period of 2021 and 22. From the sample of about 400 farms, we received 223 responses. That was about 50% of the sample. It was not bad, but as you can see from the table, the coverage was not the same in every region. For this reason, in first edition of the survey, we can only comment the result at sample level. We cannot apply the weights that we calculate because the coverage is not higher in every region, so it's not enough to say that this survey is now representative, but we hope that in the future we have a better coverage. In total, the questionnaire validated were 392, but divided in the 2 years. And for this reason, I explained, we can only comment the data at sample level, at the national level, and for the sample. And we calculated, before to comment the data and make all the calculation of costs, we also calculate and eliminated the outliers from the database. The data are at the moment provisional, still provisional, because we are currently making other checks on the data, but to detect further outliers if possible. And but in this way, it was possible to have a complete picture of this sector from a descriptive point of view, and also the composition of the cost according to 3 levels. The methodology of the calculation of the cost of production is the same that we use for Farm Accountancy Data Network, the FADN. That is a survey realized to all the farms in Europe. So the methodology is harmonized at the European level. So we followed this methodology. Here you can find the main first result about the main characteristic of the farms. I just put some examples, not those. We have more information, but we have less time, so I cannot spend too much. We divided the sample, or well, the responded have been divided into groups. Those that practice nomadism, it means the beekeeper that have to move from a place to another one to find better condition for the production of honey, and permanent farms. And in our sample, 70% is represented by nomadic farms. 30% stay in the mountain. It is important because usually they stay more in other, but it's important that 1/3 of the farms that we collected stay in a mountain, and 1/3 also is represented by organic farm. An interesting result is the fact that 33% of the farm that we collected is managed by young farmers. And even the age of the farms is quite young, because 30% of the farms have less than 10 years. And this is a good news for the sector, because the percentage of young people in agriculture in Italy is about 10%. And in this case, we have a triple value. 2/3 of the labor in the farms is made by the family. So the hired working is very low compared to the family works. And the farms certified have also certification of process and of product. They are main represented by male. 80% is managed by male, but they have a good degree of a good level of education. In fact, more than 30% have a university degree. About the composition,
Ms.
we
Kajilio,
divided...
sorry for interrupting, but you have 1 minute left.
Oh, sorry. So I skipped. I'll go to main results. Those are the information about the average yield and average price. And you can see that the variation is very high from the sites and from the kind of the farm. Even in terms of cost, we have a first level of cost that's represented with these values that you can see, and the average cost is 4 euros, but it varies a lot from large, small, nomadic, till large and permanent farms. So it depends on the type and on the sites. It can vary a lot. Among the composition of the cost, you can see that from nomadic farms, the main costs are represented from those related to travel, and for the permanent one, the main costs are represented for those related to nutrition for rescue. That is an important part of the cost that the farms has to face. The second level is represented by the first level, and we added the cost of workforce, rent, depreciation, and ordinary maintenance. In this case, you can see also that it varies from about 5 to more than 9 euros. So it depends on the size of the farms and on the type of the farms, if it's nomadic or not. This is the composition, and in this case, you can see that the main main part of the cost is represented by the workforce and the ordinary maintenance. The third level account also the cost of unpaid labor. This is the novelty of this accounting of cost. And we make an estimation of the cost, and adding this part of cost, you can see that the costs becoming higher and higher, from 9 to about 20 euro according to the different type and sites. This is the value of the cost per beehive. The other one was the cost per kilos, and even in this case,
Ms. Cardillo, sorry, but can you conclude in one or two sentences, please?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, this can be the final slide, like a conclusion. From this survey, we realized that there are many farms that cannot cover all the costs they have to face during this activity. This is an important result, and we want to more focus on the composition of the cost. And we hope that in the new survey that we are realizing this year, more farms are involved to respond to the questionnaire. At the moment, we have these numbers, but we hope that till the end of this year, we can reach the good coverage to extend the result to all the regions and the national level, so we can have a more complete picture of the sector. Thank you very much, and sorry if I take more time.
Thank you very much. If there is any really short questions? No. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. So now we're moving forward to the next one from Mrs. Maria Kamariotou from University of Macedonia, entitled Internet of Things Systems and Big Data Analytics for Smart Agriculture, a Bibliometric Analysis. Ms. Kamariotou, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
At the time being, we can see only your camera.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Kamariotou. I'm from the Department of Applied Informatics in University of Macedonia. And the topic of my presentation is about Internet of Things systems and big data analytics for smart agriculture. And this paper is about the bibliometric analysis. In this slide, you can see the outline of my presentation. First of all, I will start with a brief introduction in this field. Then I will continue to present the methodology regarding the literature review. Then the main results, and finally some conclusions about this survey. The agriculture industry is facing increased difficulties as a result of conventional methods, traditional farming practices, environmental changes brought on by rising global temperatures and altered climatic circumstances. Now, modern farming techniques are changing dramatically as a result of the application of the Internet of Things in the agriculture industry. So the purpose of our paper is to locate literature on the advancement of Internet of Things in the agriculture sector that has been scientifically proven with a focus on the points raised. In this paper, we used a methodology which was suggested by Webster and Watson. And this methodology includes three main steps. The first one presents the selection of keywords and the scientific databases. The second one includes the backward search, and the last one includes the forward search. In our survey, we used keywords such as Internet of Things, Big Data, and Smart Agriculture. We made a combination of these keywords at the Scopus database, and we used two criteria in order to limit the results of our paper. The first one was that all papers should be published in English. And the second one was that peer-reviewed journals and proceedings should be included in our search. So based on these limitations, the final number of the results was 133. And we rejected some papers based on the article, their abstract, and the availability of full text. So we concluded to the total number of papers, which was 47. Now we can proceed with the main findings of this literature review. In this diagram, you can see the number of papers per year. And we can see that we had 11 articles on 2022. In this slide, you can see the leading journals. In our review, we found 3 leading journals, and for each one, we have included the site score and the publisher. Then we can see the top cited papers in this field. You can see 5 papers with the number of citations that have retrieved from Scopus and the age of each paper in years. The first one was the paper titled Internet of Things Based Smart Agriculture Toward Making the Field Stock. The second one was the paper titled Internet of Things for Smart Agriculture, Technologies, Practices and Future Direction. The third one was Internet of Things for the Future of Smart Agriculture, a comprehensive survey of emerging technologies. The fourth one was the paper titled Recent Advancements and Challenges of Internet of Things in Smart Agriculture Survey. And the last one was the paper titled Review of the Internet of Things Communication Technologies in Smart Agriculture and Challenges. Then we used a software in order to present the co-keyword network based on the results of our analysis. And in this figure, you can see that Internet of Things, smart agriculture, agricultural management, and adaptive fuzzy inference were the topics that have a strong relationship among them. There are also other topics such as cloud services, learning practices, sensors, data analytics, blockchain, data storage, that have also been included in papers, but there are opportunities for future research on these topics. And also in this slide, you can see the heat map with the leading authors of the 47 papers that we have included in our literature review. So this paper is a bibliometric analysis which offers a broad overview in this field. It's a development and the relationship between studies in order to serve as a foundation for further research by highlighting problems across the research domains of smart agriculture strategies. In this paper, we had some limitations, and based on them, we suggest some avenues for future research. First of all, the terms Internet of Things and Smart Agriculture in our search must appear in the paper's title and abstract only, and the dataset only contained articles from peer-reviewed journals. Also another limitation was that our search was limited to English publications. So based on these limitations, the avenues for future research are the following. The most cited papers, the most active researchers, or the most active institutions may therefore yield different results when using journals or publications from other sources. And this literature study could be expanded upon by future scholars who could also include more bibliometric analysis, such as co-author or co-citations analysis. And in these slides, you can see the main references we used for our paper. And now I would like to thank you for your attention and for your time.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Kamariotou, for your presentation and for respecting the time. Any questions? Okay, I will make one. Do you consider that it is by chance that let's say, not that the review papers were in the top of the citations? And do you consider this as a good practice or not?
I think it is a good practice, but it is also a limitation because in this view, the results are limited. If we add this perspective in the research.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we are moving forward to the next one about consumers' attitude towards novel products. The case of cereal bars with C. Buckthorn, presented by Mr. Efstratios Loizou. And it will be an oral presentation. You're welcome.
Hello, everybody. So the title of our paper is, as you can see, Consumer Attitudes Towards Novel Products, and the case of cereal bars for Hippophae. Sea buckthorn or Hippophae is a plant cultivated in several pedoclimatic and geographical zones, as well as in Greece. Its berries are used mainly for food manufacturing. Its bioactive components have several medicinal properties and can act as flavoring ingredients. In Greece, Hippophae is cultivated to a limited extent the last years, mainly in mountainous and marginalized areas where farmers lack support from advisory organizations and innovation services. That's why farmers who choose to cultivate Hippophae the last years, they face some significant problems. Although research on medicinal and therapeutic effects of Hippophae shows significant growth, consumers' perceptions remain limited until now. So the main objective of our study was to perform a preliminary review of the factors that affect potential consumers' attitudes toward the development of a novel product with the use of Hippophae. And the approach, we focus on a novel functional food product, cereal bars enriched with sea buckthorn, and a combination of the health of benefits of cereal bars with the medicinal properties of sea buckthorn. Our analysis is the outcome of a project which is in progress. Some basic information about the project. The product is developing in the framework of these ongoing projects. We have the application in the beginning of the project of precision agriculture technologies to Hippophae crops. Afterwards, we moved to the investigation of the efficiency of 5 different varieties of Hippophae. Some issues about harvesting of Hippophae berries, which is, let's say, a big problem in the crop. And finally, the production of cereal bars enriched with sea buckthorn. This is a pilot study on a laboratory from some companies and universities. The project started in February 23 and will be completed in May 25. It follows the path created by the 5 work packages. The first one is the study and development of innovative business model of precision agriculture in specific cultivations, the application of precision agricultural methods, the development and pilot production of high nutritional value cereal bars with Hippophae, innovation, mediation, facilitation actions, and project management coordination. Now, the actors involved in the project. We have a university and laboratory experiments, an innovation broker, a company, and a food manufacturing company which produces the bars, and farmers that they cultivated hippophae. The missions now to help the farmers improve their performance by exploiting cost-efficient precision agriculture and technologies, to connect farmers with the food manufacturing sector, and to produce novel sea-packthorn products. Now, the method we use to study and examine consumer perceptions, our sample consists of Greek consumers. The procedure is a random sampling. The instrument consists of 19 items referring to potential consumers and their attitudes towards hippophae products, and reliance on ordinal scales, and we used quantitative analysis. Now, we focus on attitudes on specific parameters such as the nutritional value awareness, social influence, taste perceptions, safety perceptions, health benefit beliefs, trust towards the food manufacturers, convenience of the product, the price, the product's appearance, quality certification, environmental friendliness of the product, and support of small-scale farmers. This is a questionnaire. It's available for whom that they want to see in detail. Now, the results of our study. The typical respondent was a male, 57%, mean age 37 years old, married, 51%, 2.2 household members, 0.6 children, private employee 26%, civil servant 19%, university degree 38%, and household income mean 13,000 euros. Now, we have some interesting results here from consumers' perceptions about the new novel products, the bar with hippophae. Nutritional value awareness, 64%, they said that they strongly agree with these parameters. Social influence, 36%. The taste plays a high role, 76% of our sample. Safety perceptions, 28%. Health benefit beliefs, 71%. And the trust towards the food manufacturer, 61%. Convenience, 55%. Price judgment, also very high, 79%. Products appearance, 54%. Quality certification, 45%. Environmental friendliness, 48%. And the support to small-scale farmers, also quite high, 69, 70 almost %. These are some early results from our study, and we move to some policy implications coming from our results. So we suggest the popularization of our scientific results as they arise from our study, to move to taste tests in order that people to become familiar with these products and know more issues about hippophae, and consumer behavior research regarding consumers' willingness to pay for these new products, because as we saw before, the prices of the novel product is among the issues that consumers are quite interested. This is the berries of hippophae, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there any question? Yes, please.
What is the usual price? Please, for the microphone. I'm sorry, I didn't know the fruit, but I'm curious. We can buy it What is the
price?
The price.
It is not sold just like we saw it here. This one has to be processed to be dried, and then it is sold either as a product like this, we show it, or the most famous, I think, product is the extracted oil from the product, and some other also products. The leaves of the tree, they dry them and are used for tea. What other products? Yes. Yes. They used it in chocolates, and now our aim in the lab, the company that it's a very well-known food company in Greece that undertook the task to implement, to insert, let's say, the berries in bars. But it's expensive. It's not a cheap product.
Okay.
Yes, it's not a cheap. They say it's very helpful. I don't know.
Any additional question? Thank you very much. So, I would like to inform you that we have last-minute change. So, the next presentation in teleconference mode will be about the role of citizens in transforming cities into smart cities, the case of Greece, presented from Mrs. Pagona Xanthi Psathopouliou.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm Mrs. Pagona Xanthi Psathopouliou, and today with Mr. Panagos, Mr. Alexopoulos, and Mr. Halikias, we represent our study titled The Role of Citizens in Transforming Cities into Smart Cities, the Case of Greece. To begin with, in recent years, the concept of the smart city has been widely discussed both in the field...
Excuse me, can you please give us one moment because... Okay, you're now live. Okay, because we couldn't see your presentation on site. You can move forward.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you very much. And in self-identification as smart, the various definitions recorded are often related both to the perspective of the researchers and to the research field. Although the interest of smart cities was initially closely linked to new technologies to solve urban issues, the interest soon shifted to citizens and how they can contribute to shaping policies in developing smart cities. Indeed, there is increasingly a growing focus on the role of citizens' participation in the development of smart cities as they are recognized as important actors in the aforementioned process. Therefore, it's particularly important to investigate the factors that influence citizens' willingness to participate in the transformation of cities into smart cities, as well as the quality and degree of their participation. The purpose of this paper is to investigate the extent to which the Greek literature has focused on citizen participation, mainly in decision-making for the formation of smart city and secondarily in the smart services that are available. From the study of bibliography, it can be seen how important the contribution of all stakeholders is in order for smart cities to function and develop for the benefit of all. But the critical question that emerges and is attempted to be answered in this work is what is happening in the Greek reality. Today, the field of smart cities in Greece seems to be a rapidly emerging subject of research. In this context of bibliometric analysis was carried out using the HAILINK database. The keywords to limit the search criteria, the keywords smart city and smart citizens were selected both in the titles and in the keywords of the articles. There was no filtering in author or in the country of origin, etc. The analysis showed that for the period 2009 to 2024, about 234 scientific articles are recorded. The first related article was recorded in 2009, and subsequently there is a growing research interest and increasing written trend, as you can see in our figure. In particular, for the year 2020, the largest number of papers is recorded, 40 papers, while in the years 2021, 22, and 23, we have equally important writing, 36, 36, and 37 papers respectively. From this data, we conclude that there is an ever increasing interest in smart cities, with an emphasis in many cases on the participation of citizens in them. We then focused on the thematic area of the articles in order to determine where the research interest is directed. Our graph here lists the first 20 categories, topics, with the highest number of authors. We notice that most of the writings concern topics related to new technologies and sustainability. There are few books that approach the concept of citizens' participation, analyzing their views or their positions. From what was discussed above, the usefulness of researching the needs of citizens during the development of smart cities and focusing on the citizens themselves or on those who effectively represent them becomes evident. Therefore, we should ask ourselves what kind of city is to be analyzed and in which sector and within which context. Citizen participation is in shaping smart cities can be viewed as an evolving, technologically mediated practice shaped by various factors. The lack of empirical work on existing citizen participation in smart cities makes it difficult to draw definitive conclusions. Smart cities Smart cities are a fresh idea in the Greek reality. Therefore, the existing literature receives a more extensive investigation regarding the role of citizens and how it's outlined during the development of smart cities. In particular, an in-depth investigation of the ways and means used by municipalities as a whole is required in order to transform cities into smart ones. In addition, it's important to focus on the ways in which residents participate in the transformation of cities into smart cities. But in any case, the contribution of citizens is extremely important. Probably focusing on one of the regions of the country would have provided more qualitative results, which could then be generalized to all the municipalities of the country. Finally, conducting research on city representatives, elected officials, involved in decision-making regarding the transformation and development of cities into smart cities, but also regarding how they deal with participatory processes is deemed necessary and essential. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? So, okay, I have one from my side. Can you please give us your own definition of smart cities and how do you relate this definition with agriculture in smart cities?
A smart city is everything. So I can give you a special definition.
All right. Any correlation with the term of agriculture at this point?
Is to make our lives easier, and to be more close to what you're trying to correlate.
All right, thank you very much. We're moving forward to the next one about consumer willingness to buy novel functional food products, presented by Professor Anastasios Michailidis.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, Chairman, from the other side now. Okay, well, my name is Anastasios Michailidis. I represent the Agroecological University of Thessaloniki, and I'm going to present a work about consumers' willingness to buy novel functional food products. It's a very similar work with the one presented by Professor Loizou. These works are from two separate projects submitted to the same call of the Greek Ministry of Agriculture, of Rural Development and Food, and funded by the same organization from ESPA, partially from ESPA and from the Ministry of Rural Development. There are common action plan. You know, the raw product is the same, it's the HAICTA. The consortia are almost the same. Only one partner differs in two cases. What is different is the final proposed product. In the Sakami project proposed by presented by Professor Loizou, the final product was a novel bar. In the case of Sibega, the proposed product is a biofunctional yogurt enriched with HAICTA. The title of the project is Pilot Cultivation of 5 Varieties of HAICTA using Precision Agriculture Techniques in purpose of the development of high nutrition value yogurt as healthy diet standard. As you can see, I represent a very large team comprised from scientists of 5 Greek universities, from the University of Western Macedonia, from the Agricultural University of Athens, from the International Hellenic University, from the University of Patras, and all these universities under the umbrella of Agroecological University of Thessaloniki, which is the coordination of the project. And of course, you can see some participants from the private sector, from an advisory broker in Patra Resos branch, from a food manufacturer company in Athens, Stamu, and also you can see 2 producers of HAICTA. The one is located in Kalabaka in central Greece, and one is located in Frankades in Zagorochoria. Well, let's start with the definition of functional foods, which are products that have clinically evidenced health benefits for consumers due to one or more of their ingredients. What is the critical questions in this work is what determines consumers' willingness to buy and consume functional food products, specifically yogurt enriched with HAICTA, combining the health benefits of yogurt and the medicinal properties of HAICTA. I will skip some slides because there are the same with the one presented by Professor Loizou. The stage of the project is the same. What is changed is the structure of the project. The Sibega project is comprised of 5 work packages. The first one is about the development of an innovative business model of precision agriculture in target cultivation. Responsible for this work package is the Agroecological University of Thessaloniki, and this work is part of this work package. The second work package is the application of precision agriculture methods in HAICTA berry crops. Responsible for this work package is the advisory broker from Patra, the Resos branch. The third work package is the pilot development and production of high nutritional value yogurt enriched with sea buckthorn. Responsible for this work package is the Stamu, the manufacturer food company from Athens. The fourth work package is the action to mediate and facilitate innovation. Responsible for this work package is also the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. And the last work package is project management, coordination, and dissemination. Responsible for the project management is the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and for the dissemination is Resos branch. The aim of the project is to help farmers improve their performance by exploiting cost-efficient precision agricultural technology, to connect farmers with the food manufacturing sector, and to produce novel hypophile products. From a methodological point of view, the aim of the project is to investigate the influence of 5 categories of factors on consumers' willingness to buy and consume novel products. You can see the 5 categories of factors: the health benefits of functional foods, the expected sensory attributes, the product sustainability performance, the social acceptability of similar products, and finally the ease of finding the products. The sample was the same. We used the same questionnaire in the same time frame, in the same sample, in the same area. The questionnaire was the same, as I said, and what is different is there are two separate sections. One from the Sakami product, the hypophile bars, and the second for the Sibega product, the functional yogurt. So you can understand that we used same respondents, and the identity participant, the typical respondent, was the same. So we are skip the all these slides and go to the results. 58.2% of the respondents knows about hypophile and its benefits. They mentioned that they know, but only 29.1% of them has a previous experience, a taste of the products in any of the forms, like an oil or a raw material or a dry crop or any other kind of product. Almost 75% of them mentioned that they are strongly agree that they're willing to buy and consume this the proposed product, the new product. And 53.7% of them are willing to pay more than a typical yogurt in the market. They are willing to pay an extra amount of around 5 to 10%. Trying to explain the consumer behavior of the respondents, we understand that most of the respondents do not know real about the biofunctional actions of the hypophile. Although they mention that they know, although that they mention that they understand the benefits of a hypophile, they do not really know the exact benefits. Almost 69% of them support that they are willing to buy this product, to consume this product, mainly due to the health issues, for health reasons, although they do not know what are these health reasons, these health benefits. They also, most of them, almost 70% of them, would like to support the small-scale farmers, and specifically the small-scale farmers of the project, the Konstantinos Papanagiotou from Kalabaka and George Aflidis from Frankades. Concluding, there is a large room for advisory work, mainly to consumers. The respondents of this work are confused and not well informed about the specific effects, the specific benefits of HAICTA and the proposed product. And of course, they want to communicate directly with the producer, with the farmers. That's why there is a need to popularize the results and communicate the justified benefits of HAICTA from the literature. That's why the advisory broker Regions Branch, in collaboration with the Rural Lab, the advisory unit of the Agroecological University of Thessaloniki, are planning to organize several workshops, several communication activities in order to diffuse the idea of HAICTA as a new product, a novel product with the biofunctional benefits, and try to change the norms and perspectives of consumers. You can see the website and the homepage of the project. I would like to say in that case, in that stage, that I presented only summary statistics. We didn't have time to analyze in depth the data set and to present some sophisticated or some more interesting results. This will be done in the next months, and we'll present it in some other conferences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience?
The taste of HAICTA is very interesting. I suggest, not bad, I like it. I suggest to try to find and have your own experience.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
So we're moving forward to the next one about Greek students' food welfare knowledge, attitude and eating behavior, a multi-level statistical analysis presented by Mrs. Sofia Anastasiadou from University of Western Macedonia.
Ωραία, με ακούτε?
Yes, and we can also see your screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My paper is about Greek students' food welfare knowledge, and is about a multi-level statistical analysis. I'm a professor from University of Western Macedonia, and as you all know, food waste is one of the biggest problems with enormous impact on people's life, as well as on the environment. In addition to this problem, it has enormous ecological, economic, and social costs. The global individual greenhouse gas emission problem has equal importance. Also, food waste not only spends resources, but also indicates environmental harm as well as social inequality. Food waste is influenced by a range of intricate and complicated parameters. Various habitual and emotional factors and attitudes play crucial roles in individuals' motivation as well as commitment to reduce food waste and their existing waste behavior. Moreover, family structure and household habit also are seen as a major contribution to food waste. It's difficult to identify individuals known regarding the food waste and to portray persuasion stimuli to prevent food waste. Motivation have a significant role regarding food waste in relation to eating behaviors. Recent studies pay major attention on environmental, moral, financial, as well as social motivation toward food waste, paying attention to waste reduction behaviors as well as actions. Thus, the purpose of the study is to evaluate Greek students' attitudes towards food waste, and this is an evaluation. This evaluation is significant because attitudes understanding toward food waste is crucial for suggesting effective interventions. Our sample is about 237 Greek students, and this is some of demographic characteristics as far as concerns gender, age, year of study, living place, and the school of sciences they study. The instrument we used was the MAFW scale, consists of 4 conceptual constructs named environmental, moral, financial, and social motivation. This scale has 21 items in total. It was created by Rickens and his colleagues in 2022. Environmental conceptual constraint consists of seven items. An example of an item is food waste leads to excess population caused by production, distribution, and disposal of food. The moral conceptual construct consists of 4 items. For example, food waste is not acceptable because it can be avoided by saving and eating leftovers. Financial and conceptual constraint consist of 4 items. For example, wasting food is the same because I could have saved the money. And finally, the social conceptual constraint consists of 6 items. For example, I avoid food waste because I don't want other people to think I'm greedy. In the beginning, we ran a pilot study in order to analyze the reliability, to examine the reliability and the validity of these specific scales. In the pilot study, 40 individuals participate, and this is the results according to principal component analysis. The first factor is the environmental factor, and you can see the criteria of eigenvalue, the variance percent, and the loadings, as well as Cronbach alpha, composite reliability, and average variance explain. That means indicate us that it is a well conceptual construct constructed. As you can see, all the indices are above the cutoff points according to the statistical literature. The second conceptual construct is the moral construct. Also here we can see that the eigenvalue, the variance percent, the loadings, the Cronbach alpha, the composite reliability, and the average has very good indices. So we can conclude that this is a very sub scale indeed. Financial conceptual constraint has also very well indices regarding eigenvalue, variance, loadings, Cronbach alpha, composite reliability, and AMV. And this is the last one. So we proved that this scale was very well constructed as far as its construct validity, and it was a reliable scale in order to use it for the further research. In the further research, we use factor analysis of correspondence as well as implicative statistical analysis in order to analyze the data of the 235 students. This is the results of factor analysis, and you can see the eigenvalue and the characteristic roots or eigenvalues of each component, and in the right place of the presentation is the first factorial plane. You can see where you can see the most significant opinions of the responses. The most significant ones, it concerns the environmental attitude regarding food waste, the financial, as well as the social ones. And this is the second factorial plane. We can see also here the significance of environmental, social, and slightly the moral conceptual constructs, the items of moral conceptual constructs are appeared. And this is the results of the implicative statistical analysis. This is the graphical representation of the analysis. You can see here, for example, this is the similarity diagram. We can see that a group is about responses is about environmental attitudes. We can see here some significant similarity is between the items of the moral conceptual constructs. This is a significant result, and also can see here the hierarchical diagram, where you can see which is the most strong items that links the attitude of the responses. And finally, we have the implicative graph. In this implicative graph, for example, is the same graph, but in the left side of the presentation, it concerns the representation of the items regarding the significance of 90%. In the right place is the same diagram, but for this diagram, we have the level of 95% of significant. And finally, this diagram we can see here with also the red, green, and blue lines. We have a significant percent of 90%. So the most important thing is that in all the diagrams, the moral attitudes is separate from the other attitudes. The attitudes of all the other conceptual constructs somehow communicate with each other, have strong relations with each other, but the moral ones is slightly different. This means that responses consider differently the moral attitudes concerning the food waste. So, some conclusions here. The application of analytic correspondence or correspondence analysis and implicative statistical analysis identify environmental consequences and social repercussions as important motivation to avoid food waste. Results of these two statistical methodologies clearly indicate that distinctions are variable. Wasting money seems to be the most important reasons to reduce food waste. This was according to the indices that shape the two factorial planes it presented before. So wasting money is the most important reason to reduce food waste according to the opinion of the students. Wasting food is equally important reason for a waste of energy. The avoidance of food waste is important has importance regarding economical reasons. Environmental and financial motivation are more tangible and personal than the social, environmental, and moral motivation. And also there is a distinction between environmental, moral, financial, and social motivation to avoid food wastes, and these conceptual constructs are slightly related. The worries regarding environmental consequences related to greenhouse gas emission as well as the resources running down can motivate people to take real actions aiming the wastes of reduction. The more informed the individuals are, the more measures could be taken. Another major motive is the comprehension of the economic variable as well as the societal and one regarding food waste. And finally, moral motivation seems to be more slightly linked to food waste than environmental as well as the financial motivation. For our study, the environmental construction construct was the most important parameter than the others. The financial was the second one, the societal was the third one, and finally the moral factor play a slightly role regarding the formation of attitudes of our sample. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Anastasiadou. Are there any questions? Yes? We have one.
Yes. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I'm Christina Klisiari from University of Thessaly. I would like to ask you if you have correlated your results and your factors with the socioeconomic characteristics of the sample. Are there any differences in their responses regarding, based on their age or gender or their family background? Have you tested this?
Yes, I tested. The categories of these demographic characteristics was not play any role. For example, in the first factorial plane and the second factorial plane, the characteristics of participants was not appear at all. This means that they have no impact on their attitudes towards food waste. It was the same as far as to concern the application of implicative statistical analysis.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're moving to the last presentation of this session, entitled Challenges and Perception of Greek Beekeepers, Socioeconomic Issues and the Importance of Pollination Services in the Mediterranean Agricultural Sector, presented by Professor Georgios Kleftodimos from the Mediterranean Agronomic Institute of Montpellier.
It is okay, I can start?
Yes, everything is perfect.
Thank you very much. I'm here to present the work which is in collaboration between the Mediterranean Agronomic Institute of Montpellier and the International Hellenic University, which is an analysis of the farmers and beekeepers' perception toward pollination services in Greece. In fact, pollination services is a very important ecosystem service, is responsible for more than the 75% of the world's most valuable crop, and is contributing also in the reproduction of more than the 80% of wild flora. However, recent years, a significant decrease in pollinators has been observed around Europe. Due to this phenomenon, European policy has mobilized through a series of measures via the Common Agricultural Policy in order to reduce the use of harmful pesticides like the neonicotinoids to protect the natural habitats and the nesting habitats. However, the existing policy seems for the moment to be rather ineffective as this decrease continues. As a response to this decrease, many agricultural systems, especially in the United States, have started to create pollination services markets in order to supply pollination services in their production systems. An example of this market is the almond production in California, where every year millions of beehives are moved to California in order to offer pollination services in rather expensive prices. However, this phenomenon has also started to rise in Europe, where we have noticed several countries, and more notably France, in the southeast of France, where a pollination services market has been established in the cultivation of sunflower, increases significantly the cost of production for the farmers. And this is a phenomenon that has started to arise in many different countries, especially around Mediterranean. Hence, one of the points of this study is to perform an analysis for the creation of pollination services markets in Greece. Greece is a country where we can find a plethora of insect-pollinated crops and one of the highest number of beekeepers around the Mediterranean. However, due to climate change, due to wildfires that exist in the last years, and also due to the monocultural systems, especially in the north, a pollination services deficit has been observed. So maybe the creation of a pollination services market may give an opportunity to the farmer to obtain the necessary pollination services for the production of their crops and the necessary pollen and nectar for the beekeepers, which, especially after the wildfires of the last years, they are lacking in order to feed their hives. So the research question is the first step in order to analyze if there is the basic principles for the establishing of such a market is what are the common values that the beekeepers and the producers attribute to bees and to the contribution of pollination services. So we are trying here to observe the preferences of the two stakeholders, to analyze and to understand their mode of action, and to observe if there is potential for future collaboration or even for motivation to participate in policy schemes around pollination services and the protection of pollinators. For that reason, two different questionnaires were designed and implemented in both actors of beekeepers and farmers with insect pollinated crops that have an interest to use pollination services. And more than 800 questionnaires were collected and analyzed. The questionnaire were separated in three main steps: socioeconomic factors, the beekeepers and farmers' perspectives towards pollination services, and some open questions regarding the values that they attribute to pollination services or their interest to participate in future policy schemes. So the statistical analysis, we made two different tests, a Mann-Whitney U test and the Spearman-Rank correlation analysis in order to observe this and to compare this to independent samples. Regarding beekeepers, we find a positive correlation between beekeepers' years of experience and the number of beehives. The majority of them, that is also justified by the literature, are amateurs. And the 68% of them already rent their hives for pollination services to the farmers for approximately 12 euros per hive. This collaboration is not with written contract. And also they have observed that a significantly increase in the demand from the farmers in order to have more beehives in order to offer pollination services. And the majority of them, they ask for higher prices and fewer use of pesticides, as they identify pesticides as the main threat for their bees. What is interesting in this is the crops that they select and the crops that they avoid. Usually they prefer to place their hives close to perennial crops such as pine, kiwi, or some our almonds, and also some oilseed crops like sunflower. And they try to avoid apricot, oilseed rape, olives, and cotton, mostly due to the high use of pesticides. But what it was very interesting here is that even they prefer to put their crops, to put their hives in kiwi and sunflower, at the same time, they avoiding also these crops. Sunflower mostly due to the presence of pesticides, and kiwi due to the absence of nectar of this crop. So at the meantime, while they are offering pollination services, they have also to feed their bees. So they have significant costs. However, these are the two crops that they are offering the higher prices. The farmers are offering the higher prices for the pollination services. In the case now of producers, we see that the majority of the producers, they acknowledge that they have a deficit in their pollination services, and they are ready or they are already adopting strategies. The majority of these 62% uses beehives. They are renting beehives from the local beekeepers, or they are buying commercially bumblebees in order to use them for pollination services. Similarly, 75% has informal agreements with the beekeepers, and 87% wants the beekeepers to provide more hives, and they are ready to pay higher prices of 24 euros per hive. However, here is a tricky part where the majority of them, they believe that they take the necessary precautions, and sometimes during the flowering season, they are reducing the use of pesticides, or they're taking the necessary precaution in order to protect the bees from the pesticide use. And the final result is that the 57% of them, they want to participate in an environmental scheme like agroenvironmental measure for the protection of pollinators. And something that attracts our interest is that some of them, they are going to much more expensive solutions. They're buying flying doctors. Flying doctor is for 2,000 euros per hive. These are some bumblebees that they have the capacity to spray them in advance from with pesticides or other treatments, and while they're flying and pollinating around their crops, they also spray with their wings these pesticides to the crop. So in general, we identify the preference of the two stakeholders. Both of them, they acknowledge that there is a deficit of pollination services. Both of them, they agree that the existing contracts are not sufficient because are oral contracts and informal. They are ready to cover the difference in the price. They are ready to pay more, and they are ready to receive more. And they are ready to collaborate in a better basis regarding the use of pesticides and the precaution of the necessary measures. Our findings regarding to the literature, we have seen that usually the professional ones has more than the amateur ones, that there is an overlap between crops. Many beekeepers are avoiding crops, but at the same time, they are preferring them. The pesticide use is a primary concern for the beekeepers. They also prefer to place their hives in crops where they can offer higher honey yields and better quality of yields. Also, relatively to other studies that has been elaborated in a European context, we found that Greek farmers, they are hiring more managed pollinators than European farmers. They are willing to pay more. However, this price is very low if we compare it with the existing prices of the other European countries, such as France or the UK. And a very small proportion of them, they are taking already measures to protect pollinators, managed and wild ones, such as hedgerows or melliferous plants around their crops, which these are traditional practices that the majority of the European farmers are already doing. So what we found that the basic needs for the establishment of a formal and regulated pollination services market exists under the condition that the prices will be higher, around 25 euros per hive, that a consensus for the use of pesticides will be reached in order both parties to be satisfied. And however, we have to say that one barrier is where the farms are located. Usually farmers that are located close to natural habitats, to forestry areas, or to rocky areas, they are not perceiving the same deficit of pollination services as these areas. They offer nesting and foraging habitats for wild pollinators, so they are receiving the pollination services from the existing wild pollinators of the area. In our perspective is to expand our sample, even if it's quite large. We want to expand it in the whole Greece, because still we do not have responses from some islands. We want to be more specific regarding the pesticides, because pesticides, it's quite vague. For example, nobody's speaking about the herbicides from the part of the farmers, which is a major driver for pollination decline. And we want also to monitoring in many places the wild bee populations in order to see if indeed there is a need for managed pollinators and the establishment of markets, or the establishment of some measures can help wild bees to flourish, and then they will no need for extra costs through a pollination services market. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm at your disposal.
Thank you very much, Professor Chlothodimos. Any questions? Okay, at the time being, there's no questions, so really knowing your heavy schedule, I will leave it as it is. So thank you very much for your contribution, and we are looking forward to see you in person in HAICTA 2024.
Thank you very much. I will see you in 2 days. Bye.
You're welcome. So the second session of HAICTA 2024 has come to its end. We will have a welcome party at 8 o'clock in the Gastrobar area that is close by. So you're really welcome to join. Thank you very much.